Okay, so I'm just getting started. Um, I spent many hours working on some stuff, but also I was working like my work too, so that's kind of a thing. Anyways, I also was doing a CDDA run that's for fun that I played a little bit of. Not much, but some. It's kind of fun. That one's just sort of, I don't know, it's like offline fun. I'm not counting it as anything. But first run, and I got away and healed, and it's going well. But yeah, today's my plan is to loot a bunch of stuff. So basically, looting and maybe a little bit of training mechanics, but loot focus day. Sort of consolidate some of the loot that's around West Point in preparation for what I plan to do. Is like I've got a little bit more of a plan going now in terms of how I want to approach things. So let me see if I can. So I've kind of decided that what I'm gonna do is I want to take this area over here, and then this can be a base of operations for a little bit that's closer to things. So we live here, then we can have another outpost here that will be able to sort of attack these areas until we've cleared up to wherever the checkpoint is. I don't actually know where it is. I think it's like here somewhere. I don't plan to go all the way down to the hospital or anything like that, but we'll clear as far as the probably like here actually. Might be here. I don't know, wherever the fence is that is prepping to go to the military area. Hi, by the way, Cinnamon. Um, but yeah, after that, and clearing the mall and all of this stuff over here, my plan of approach for Louisville is actually I'm going to see about these areas here, and then I was thinking about taking over this section here, and then maybe pressing towards. There's a body of water in these mansions, and these mansions are kind of popular in terms of a position to sort of press along West Point, or I mean Louisville. To which then from here I can start making little bases as we press forward towards more stuff in Louisville. And we're given kind of options. We can go this way, we can go that way. If the zombies do force me out, I can. There's still lots of ways to maneuver away from them, so I'm not really that stressed about it. Plus, this area is gated and this area is gated. So there's gates all the way around here and here. So at least that's my thoughts for now. You're at 1,200 kills because just nonstop shooting. You're gonna run out of ammo. Probably. That's usually how that goes. But yeah, today I am just going to relax and I am going to loot things. Go to the houses that I've not been to, loot, and oh, so you turned on infinite ammo. I see. Oh, then maybe, yeah, you'll be okay. So what's in here? Do I need to do a big meal thing, or did I do it last time? It's been a few days since I played because I had work and stuff, so I don't really know where I'm at, actually. We'll make 2 bowls of soup. We're trying to maintain? No, we're good on weight, so we don't need to eat right now. So I was training mechanics last I played, and I was about to pop level 6 mechanics. So do we just stay in and pop level 6 mechanics, or well, let's get the lay of the land first. So, do a quick run around just so that I can. You're killing Zeds in a Spiffo suit? Okay, well, I mean, if you're gonna do it, that's definitely a way to do it. I haven't even seen the Spiffo zombie. Maybe one day I'll see it. Okay. That's the generator that will be sort of used the most, so. These are seeding? Yeah. Well, I'll harvest them real quick. What about these? No. Good enough. Okay, so I'm going to finish up my mechanics training that I obviously was started. So we'll do that first. Place that there. How close were we anyways? Seven. Radio, battery, headlights. Windshield, trunk lid. Come on. Oops, I think I. Four. What? Okay. Oh, so that's one car. Couple more cars to go. Oops. $35, $28. Not bad. Making some progress. Windshield. Hood. Headlights. Oops. I didn't mean to take out the battery. To take out the gas tank. $23, $55. Yeah, I seen all the screenshots of the you sent me of the zombies. There was a lot, quite a few. You said you killed 1,200, and you said there's more, so I would assume that there's quite a lot. 27, 16, 25. Install these. Radio, battery, and headlights. I get muffler, gas tank. Three. I actually don't remember if I did this part or not. Did I do this part? I think I did. Let's see, how much do we need? We're like 50 off. Okay, I'm gonna do a bit on this spiffo over here, but I might eat something first just to fill my stomach. Okay. There we go. Done. I need to siphon all the gas out of this vehicle. Because I want to take the gas tank out. I need a wrench to do so. And we're going to repair the gas tank in the Spiffo van. And I'm going to use it as sort of like gas storage, but also it's I do plan to fix the Spiffo van eventually. But I need to take the gas out in order to repair the gas tank of the other vehicle. So let's see. How is the gas tank on this vehicle anyways? It can hold 25, while the Spiffo van now can hold 64. Or 62, sorry. That's a sizable difference. There we go. Look at that gas tank. So here we'll start siphoning the gas out of this. Hopefully it's only going to take a few of these. Yep, that's it. It's empty now. small gas tank. There, now it can hold 52, which is almost double what it could hold before. Okay, there we go. All right, put that in my belt. All right, let's go have a sleep. Oh, I might need to really quick before we go to bed. Just double check. Yeah, I figured I pumped all the tires. I just wanted to make sure. Grab some sleep. So next we've got to grab the next mechanic book, which will be Mechanics 4. I also want to just destroy this book really quick. So we'll go grab Mechanics 4. I might take this Spiffo bag over to the... because we can find a different thing for our jewelry. I should probably switch these two as well. If this... yeah, okay, good. Okay, that's been read. Now I just got to get the mechanic books and Mechanics 4. And put away these Spiffo bags. How is this car anyways? I mean, some parts of it I could fix up. I didn't really fix up that right seat. And get better brakes. Good enough. Actually, while I'm over here, let's do... broccoli, potato, tomato, one other thing, carrot. There, and that's like a super happy salad. Yeah, I do want to go over to Twiggy's, but I do know I need to sleep as well. So we'll sleep. Then we'll go head to Twiggy's, switch out the books, drop off the backpacks, and then we'll start looting. I want today to be a loot focused day. How many knives do I have? Some. Okay. I'll throw those down the ground outside in a moment. Travel up here for a sec. Farming volume, grab it. Now. Hobbies, you need to behave. You're not going to be able to see that one, but it's not about seeing it. That doesn't matter. Seeing it doesn't really matter. I think there's a zombie inside. We got mechanics 4. Even the small gas tank's ludicrous in terms of size when it's repaired. Like 50 units of fuel is crazy. Even 10 units of fuel is a lot. Not exactly sure where we're gonna go, but we'll just go and we'll figure it out when we get there. Well, there's a few. I might pick that up actually for aesthetic purposes. I'm not going to stop every time, but I am going to stop every now and then to pick up a few things. Maple battery radius. Hello. A little surprising. I guess this is the other parts of West Point that we're missing. I haven't combed West Point perfectly fine, so this is gonna be us combing West Point, essentially. There we go, machete broken. Moz, so many zombies. It's something like 2000 or some nonsense. From what I understand, indoor populations are unaffected by the population setting in the game. So that number never changes. You could be on builder mode with 0 zombies, and the indoors of the mall should still spawn those zombies. Wow, this is gonna be loot heavy. Surprisingly, there's more left in West Point than I anticipated. Which, I mean, there's supposed to be... I have about another 3,000 zombies that are unaccounted for from West Point. So, in theory, these are the 3,000 that are missing. Oh yeah, look, we're starting to build up again. A decent-ish amount. Okay, I need to drop some of this stuff, though. So we'll drop it in a pile right here. So I'm at it. Amplifier can go there. Broken knives I'll keep. Okay. Just had a thought that I should equip another weapon. Oh, I did the math on the electrical, by the way, because I was curious. Specifically, if you were to dismantle watches, you get 0.5 XP per. But it increases if you have the um, the books, obviously. With all of the XP books. Hi, Sally. Hopefully you're good. Our province is on fire. Hopefully it stops soon. I'm hopeful that rain will come and like this will wash away the fires. Don't want to deal with more fires. They're annoying. Anyways, as a side note, that's just a side note, I guess. Um, the but yeah, it takes 5,508 watches, I think is the number I got. Yeah, 5,508 watches. Now, the difference being, it's a ludicrous difference, by the way. Without the XP books, it takes 65,550 watches to level up. So if you don't have the books, don't bother is what I'm to understand. Now, that being said, majority of the XP is actually in the back half. So doing the first couple levels is not too bad because it'll only take like 150 watches, right? But yeah, 5,508. And repairing a generator apparently gets you more than dismantling stuff. But obviously, in order to repair a generator, you have to have a damaged generator to repair. But repairing a generator gives you more XP than dismantling. Digital watches. I just want to make absolutely sure. All right. I think I've seen another zombie that had an axe over here too, so I might as well pick that up too. Lots of zombies with hand forks. There's more in that area than I thought there would be. My goal for today right now is to go and collect as many of the broken knives and stuff that are north that I can. Because I got quite a lot of loot bags that are up there that need collecting. As well as we want to loot the, like, I want to consolidate some of the loot that we've collected over the while. last while. We've managed to take apart most of the school, which is a fairly good sort of feat. But I want to take care of some of these Z spots. But as you can see, all the corpses are gone from over here for the most part. We'll drive along this road picking up all this nonsense, but first I want to keep checking the house because all these duffel bags are full, right? Yeah. How many of them can we carry? Not as many as you'd expect. There we go. $46 again. That's with the strength bonus too. Wow, we couldn't actually take everything either. Oh, that's it. That's as much as that can hold. We might be able to stick a few things in the glove box in the side seat, but I think we're about to hit the limit. So here, if I do this, we can carry quite a bit, and then if I go like this, we might be able to carry the remainder of this stuff on my person, but my character is going to be encumbered, like heavily encumbered. Yeah. That's pretty much everything. Not quite everything, but there's still quite a lot on the roads to pick up, but we'll get that in a sec. Still quite a lot of zombies out there. Not like crazy amounts, but enough that I'm concerned that I'm gonna need to stop a few times and kill stuff. Which, like I said, there should be about another 3k zombies kicking around, so makes sense. Hmm? Okay, broken cleaver I don't care about. Broken axe I don't care about. Eight broken machetes. Good lord. Why did I bring these? think I'm ever gonna have a place for them. Just, yeah. Goodbye, broken machetes. Regular axes go outside. Just gonna put them here for right now. Nothing in the glove box, right? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, all these things can go on the ground. There we go. That's it for that. And there we are. I'll just go respectfully put this. We'll delete these two. Respectfully place this in the spear pile. Nightsticks go in the nightstick pile. I don't need this many scissors. I had a theory that I would fix these up. We have another annotated map, another leather gloves. So here, we'll bring these upstairs. This will come upstairs with us. Even more broken machetes. So I'm gonna put these like here. Because I had a theory that I could fix those up and make those in my boots pile. And more machetes. To the void with you, machetes. Okay, tree branch. I'll just empty this whole thing. Leave that there, empty. An actual hammer. Meat cleaver, crowbar, tree branch. The crowbar can go there. can go over here. Blue bag. Okay. I want to put the skill books in the back of this, except for the mechanics 4. Did I pick up? Okay, I did. There's some more axes. There's the other gun. Let's see. And for planks can go over here. Keep a newspaper here in case I want to do something. Does this have an actual... Okay, that kind of looks cool. Maybe you can run pipes along somewhere and it'll look like I've got piping that's not just for... Okay, that could be a cool idea for later. Electronics, not the letter opener. Another lighter. Oops, I put it on the floor. Ah, that looks weird. I don't like that. Maybe we'll put it upstairs. Mm-hmm. 33 cooking knives. They can go over here. They'll be useful later. Oh, I can't fit anymore? Okay, well these bread knives can go here then. I don't like them there though. What about here? This bag's empty. We'll put them there. Garbage bags can go with the other garbage bags. I think that's everything for that first set. 32 broken hunting knives. Place this. Yep. I'm collecting duffel bags, it would seem. Go. Cornflour is a food, but it's not really something I care about right now, so I can just go here. Almost done sorting loot. Only 2 more bags. Does that look good? It's fine. Okay. These can go over here. Wonder if I can bake a cake. Maybe. Might be able to. Don't know. Doorknob. Broken glass. Sounds like zombies outside. I gotta go deal with them in a second. Right now I can't deal with them because I am sorting. But I do need to deal with them. They might come inside on their own volition if they hear me walking around. They will seek me out. Okay. I didn't craft any of these spears, I don't think, which is kind of cool. Just kind of gradually building them up. Kitchen knife there. Okay, I do want to sort one more pile of the loot, and then we'll go have a sleep, and then we'll deal with the zombies in the morning. And for Alpine hammer. Bunch more meds. While I was back there, I should have put these down. Butter knife, kitchen knives. So we'll put away the hand axe, the electronic scrap, and then we'll go upstairs, put this other stuff away, and then we'll have a sleep, eat, and go kill zombies. Gotta consolidate even more loot here in a bit, which is... It's interesting. That shelf is almost full. These things are coming upstairs with me. Hopefully we can repair this and it doesn't look like crap. I'm hoping. With high enough level of tailoring, I should be able to patch the holes without actually patching them, right? Like it'll look like clothes. I hope. If not, I've got to find a zombie wearing a red sports tee that I have to kill without stabbing them, which is gonna be kind of annoying. Sort of. I could see it being annoying. I already have lipstick over there? I don't think I do. Let's see. Lipstick here. Sunglasses, earrings. It's the book I'm reading right now. Let's have ourselves a lunch or dinner before bed. Sounds interesting. I've gone into debug before, and I did it specifically to look at Louisville, and then I also did it to test things. That's what I've been using it for lately. Is testing things, trying to figure out if certain things work, how they work. The last time I went into debug, I was testing plumbing. Oh, that reminds me that I need to go into debug and play with lemongrass at some point in the future. I'm going to write that down because I'm going to forget otherwise. Lemongrass. Because there's folks that say that lemongrass can save them in a pinch, but there's other folks that say that you're basically doomed. Like there's a cooldown, so it's just interesting. I'm gonna play with it and find out. We'll have ourselves asleep. And then I'll run around real quick, killing off zombies and such. Might want to grab a few more hunting knives though, because I am actually, for once, kind of low. Nah, 6 should be good. Hopefully we restock a few more hunting knives here in the near future. I knew there was at least one of you. Hmm. I should get a piano. Later, though. It's not a priority. $20 axes. Not bad. Okay. I do want to get going in terms of... We've emptied the whole vehicle, I think. Double check. Kind of. There's still 11 in here. I have some emergency hunting knives just in case, which is good to have. We could fill these and the vehicle up, and then that way I can drop them back off. So that's what I might do, is that I will I do want to pull it forward a bit, but I also want to leave it running for a moment just so that I can kill all these zombies that show up. That work? Love seeing a knife. Pretty sure you're not supposed to have the vehicle running. Okay. No blind spots. Seriously? I don't need help getting gas. I appreciate your can-do attitude, but I don't need assistance. I can get it myself. They keep trying to help me get gas. I don't need help. I'm good. I've done this before. It's fine. They don't need to help me. Now, if I'm struggling and being stubborn, fine. Okay? Sometimes it's good to, you know, help somebody who's clearly in need but is being frustrating, you know? Like, but sometimes people just want to do stuff on their own, you know? And not feel useless. Like, see, this guy, he just thinks that he needs to help me. I don't need help. You just let me get gas on my own. Let's see, is that everything? I think that is. That big old full thing of gas. This vehicle's not going to run out of fuel for what feels like 100 years. Because it has 50 units of fuel. That's ludicrous. Okay, I will admit I was being a bit reckless there. I didn't need to shut the vehicle off. Oh, well, I mean that makes sense that you would find them at Spiffo HQ. That would be the place I would go to look for the Spiffo zombie if I were to be wanting to find him or her, because that's where you would go. There are Spiffos, but the odds of them spawning at a Spiffos is less than spawning at the, I think, right? Amplifier, these three things. The rest of it I'll keep. Oh. Oh, he has a green tea. I wasn't even paying attention. I should start paying more attention to that. It's my bad. Hello. I'm not even gonna stop it because the plan is to get back into it here in a second. Is that an eye patch? One of these people. Yeah, this guy's wearing an eye patch and has dog tags. That's kind of cool. I wonder, I could put those in the bar for a decoration. Dog tags? I mean, you can't really see them, so I'll put them there just so that we can see them. I'm pretty sure I read all these, yeah. And they're probably duplicates, but I'll still put them in here anyways, just to... Yeah, see, they are. Oh, that one has 4. Everything else is single in here. Nice. So all of these skill books are duplicates. I like this little upstairs reading area. It's kind of nice. Spiffo. I need to get more of the Spiffo plushies though, like the other kinds of plushies. The plan is to put like put a Spiffo in each one of these backpacks that's going all the way around the table. It's a work in progress. Katana Shrine's looking better too, though. I need to find out if I have more katanas somewhere. Well, time to go back up north and collect some of those things that are either in the house or on the bridge, depending. We might do another stop at that intersection that's further up there, just to get a little bit more killing done. Because my goal wasn't to get any killing done at all and get looting done. But right now I'm just consolidating loot, but we'll get looting done eventually. There's a lot of houses here. Dude, walks directly into my van. Fairly awesome. Yeah, the thing is I know I'm not gonna get to 50 or 5,000 things dismantled if I don't actually dismantle things. Yeah, that's how that goes though. You're killing zombies with infinite ammo, destroying things. Like, I mean, yeah. Having a good time. So long as you're having fun though, right? Exploring areas you've never been before. I figure once I break into my guns that I'll be able to get a few thousand kills with them, but that's it. Like, that's if I have that much ammo. I genuinely don't know how much ammo I have, though. I don't think I have that much, though. I have enough to play for a little bit, but not enough to really do anything with it. Just a quick stop. Kill you 3, dismantle your watch, grab your crowbar. Cigarettes I do not need. Ooh, emerald earrings, why not? I'm eating soup while driving. That's probably not a good combo. But then again, the Zomboid characters are crazy athletic how they can eat soup and like climb ropes and stuff. I don't think I could do that. Like, I could drink soup maybe and climb a rope, but could I actually like eat like a sandwich and climb a rope? I don't know if I could. Yeah, some point characters are crazy skilled. I mean, that's what the apocalypse does to you, though, I guess. You just become, like, insanely good at things that normally you wouldn't be good at. It's the same as that. It reminds me of that Kim Possible movie where they're fighting against an angry dictator or something, and everybody's, like, muscular. Because, well, I mean, they're fighting a dictator. So it ends up that everybody has to be muscular and fit. Though it's kind of interesting the different styles of rebellion that you can see. There's that, and then you see stuff like the Matrix where they're rebelling underground. Okay. Quite a lot of things along this road that I gotta pick up. I actually don't think I have the space for it all, but we'll figure it out. That's only 20 cigarettes that are on the ground there. But for some reason, the game likes to space them out. See? Magnum, nightstick, handport. Yeah, that reminds me. Have I even been up here? How much stuff is up here at the other chair and such? Let's go look. I think... Yeah. There's just this spear, and then these branches that I'm leaving here. But I think I can very confidently check this off. Let's open up the mini-map just so that I can see where this bag is supposed to be. Okay, so there's supposed to be a duffel here somewhere. But it's not there, which means that I picked it up. There's supposed to be a duffel here and 2 duffels here. So we'll go looking for those next, because they're kind of close. As well as this says this is meant to be guns, like weapons, but I don't... My weapons are more consolidated now than they were in the past, so... Don't think that that'll be necessary anymore. Kitchen knife. Ten spears. Shit ton of things, radios and such. This is a ton of rotten food. Yeah, I should run back to the car first. Drop off these items and then come back out here. Okay, we can remove this. Okay, I'll run along the beach now and check after this stuff. Is there like another... No, there's just a lot of wooden stuff there if I want it, but no real need for it. And I don't think that this gun is actually weapons anymore. I think it's not. Yeah, see the 3 bags that I had here like so long ago. I got rid of. So there's still these duffels here and there. This one's closer, so I might just get this one out of the way now. And then we'll come back. Oh, I should probably be foraging as well a little bit, because it is raining and I'm supposed to look for common mallow. Medicinal plants. My radius sucks. A lunch kit. Even right-click radius is terrible. Eat ginseng. There's the bag. A lemon? Wild lemons are a thing? Yeah, I'm just gonna run back to the car really quick. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I should run back and grab those 10 spears. Because while they're just spears, there's no reason to not go grab them real quick. Yeah, you can make a million of them, but yeah, I could, but those are ones that I found. Does that not make them more valuable? And no, but still, I found these ones, or I made them. Probably made them. It's not relevant. Is there a leaf? I mean, kinda. The purpose I have for marking that is it's pre-cut. Shotgun. Aren't these canned goods? Not really like me to leave canned goods behind. What about wine? I mean, I've definitely been here. It's not a huge surprise. Interesting what happens when you go back to a place after your priorities shift slightly. Or it's been a few days and you've gotten other things to do. It's a lot of shotguns. I like this visor. I'd not seen visors before in the game. It's moving 2 feet just to pick up. There. Now this person, when they come back from their vacation, will know about the quarantine. I should leave them a note that I took apart everything in their house. That would be a little awkward if my character knew them. Then coming back, yeah, welcome back home. By the way, I took apart your entire everything. Kind of hard to explain. You see, there was a zombie apocalypse. I don't know why this has a circle on it. Remove. Okay, I should go check this spot really quick. So apparently there's a bag there. Or is it talking about this? Well, it's obviously not talking about that. Is it? It might be. Oops. I caused my game to freeze. Need to delete this. It's keeping me on my toes there, Elm. Fair. Okay, I need to assess what's in this house upstairs, but I think this place is mostly cleaned out now. Pretty sure there was nothing in here. Yeah, I think there's a light bulb. I'll bring it with me, but it's like wooden stuff. We'll have a sleep. Tomorrow we will go and I actually physically can't carry all of this. And the truck is, or the van is full as well. I remember. What? Okay, so I can see the satchels there. I can't pick it up right now because it's too heavy. Back of that is full. So there's a satchel and a school bag upstairs that I do want to bring with me if I can. It weighs 15. Ten things of toilet paper. That's it. That's capped. Um, how does the crafted spear not fit? Maybe it's because it's a glove box and I keep trying to stuff stuff in the glove box. That's super full too. How much do I have on my person? Too much, actually. It's not... It's not everything, unfortunately. We're gonna have to make another trip. Well, I mean, we were gonna need to anyways for all the crap that's on the road, but... Lots of driving back and forth. I might just get to the Gigamart and drop everything on the ground. Go do some foraging to look for common mallow. And then... Okay, it's most of that. I put it all in my backpack by accident. Oops. Okay, do you mind? Why are you even here? Are you a dentist? A doctor? What are you? You just... I think she works at the pharmacy across the road. Pharmacy representatives. Okay, don't need these or this. Toilet paper. Okay, these ones can go away. In here. Two of these can go there. Should be 3 bowls in my backpack. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to make, or I'm going to eat one as well. So we'll be able to make the 3 bowls of soup happen. Include all. Or at least as much as I can. The only reason I didn't do these ones was because first aid's kind of easy. It's kind of annoying. Okay, I'm gonna put these over there. Including these for the time being. Yeah, we'll sort out this loot pile later. I want to go searching for things. I want to go searching for things out in the wilderness. Hopefully we find what I'm looking for. Make 2 bowls of soup. Make 2 bowls of soup. Like that. I'm pretty sure that it counts it as a medicinal plant. It cures colds, so that to me seems medicinal. That door, was that door always closed? I think I closed it. I do like my Twiggy's decoy generator. Although it's not really a decoy because it is powering Twiggies and it's giving Twiggies sort of, you know, not attention, but it's like kind of good for it. Potato. Cricket. Twigs. And lots of that stuff. I don't need this open for right now. Rock, no. Are not very lucky in terms of medicinal herbs. I think I probably have enough lemongrass, but I don't know. Maybe not. Worm? I guess it makes sense because it's raining, right? You should actually probably find a lot of worms due to the rain. I mean, I said it, but I guess that's it is accurate. It raises the chance of worms by a lot. Tomatoes? It's not really what I'm looking for, though. Ever so slightly radius increase. Leak. There's more food. No, I haven't been to the ship fishing shack that's up here. Calm freeze, not something I'm looking for. Oh, we're in like a mystery area now. Look at that mystery. Nothing here to find. I remember when this area used to be absolutely coated in zombies. Or at least it seemed like it. Does this count as deep woods? What? Let's take a break? You know what? Fine. We'll sit for an hour. How's that? Twigs again. Actually, you know what? Okay, so I still have the bonus, which is good. And then next we're going to be reading Foraging 5. Why is it that there's not... I've seen so many other medicinal plants, and yet not the one I want. For being called common mallow, it is not common at all. Like, I can't find it at all. It should be renamed uncommon mallow. Or maybe the common is like meant to be funny. Cause it's like nowhere. Like I'm a burger flipper in this, so I get a bonus to foraging. I have traits that increase my foraging chance. Like, yeah, they can't find. Because RNG's being mean to me. It's been nice to me in every other regard, though. Well, you wanted knives? We'll give you as many knives as you could possibly use. What? You wanted a sledgehammer? Well, don't worry. We'll stock one on the shelves for you. Please be 4. Please be 4. Please be... Yes! Sure, we'll put that in there too. Okay, that's it. We did it. I don't know whose house this is, but your property has common mallow in its backyard, and I'm really happy about that. That's it. We can go and make our frog hat. Hooray. Huge pain in the ass to find this, but it's happening. I get to have my frog hat. I'm gonna send a picture to Emma like right away as soon as I'm done making it. All right. We went pretty far, huh? It doesn't mean that I'm not going to continue to try and get my foraging up. I will still try, and heck, I could be doing it now with just no search focus or a trash search focus. Because trash, if I remember right, is for some reason really good to pick up, like for foraging. Like, see, I could actually work out how many watches I'm gonna need for the remainder of electrical as well. I probably should do that. I'll take a screenshot of my skills later, and I'll factor out exactly how much it's gonna take me to finish all of them. Data is interesting to me. I do have to use the washroom though here in just a sec, so we'll get home first. We're not far from home. And then I will go to the washroom, come back, make the frog hat. That's the plan. And then we've got the frog hat. And I will have successfully crafted it by myself with no, like, without, like I didn't. In the future, I'm just gonna give it to myself because I've already managed to do it once, and that's good enough. But we will have done it. It is a fairly large pain in the butt for almost no return. Like, not that it's not no return because it is awesome, but yeah. There's at least 3 of you. I'm gonna have a soup first. Once per stream. Like, I swear to God, I'm gonna get myself killed. Like, he went for the full animation, too. My hands weren't on the keyboard, as much as that might be a bit of a shock. I did remove my hands from the keyboard briefly during that animation, and I was like panicked, like pressing of the keys. Uh, there's definitely more of them over here than I expected. Yeah, I can hear zombies inside some of the houses over there, but that's not a concern of mine. Excuse me? This way. I can't. He just let himself in. Yeah, I'm just gonna go inside. I hope you don't mind. Alright. Eat a soup. Anything that says stale on it, we will remove. Fresh leek can go away. Fresh berries can go away. Been gradually putting violets on the top of that just to see how many it takes to cover it. Let's see. So I do want to put these things away, but I also want to put away a lot of stuff. So, but I do know I need crayons, sheets, and the 4 mallow. And the rest of it is going to go here. That. I don't know. Can you put the panned roast? Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll eat that whole pan of roast. And put a soup. How many do I have? 4? Okay. Yeah, we'll eat the pan of roast and then we'll do the soup as well. Should be able to drink this. Give me. Okay, but unfortunately I have to go use the washroom, so I'll be right back. All right. Continue on. Before I continue on, though, I do want to kind of like. Let's see, where are we at? There we are. Okay. Perfect. Just so that I have that for later. Because, yeah, if I level up some stuff, then that's interesting, but still. So this should be... I should have left that open. Perfect. There's even a spot in the back for the ponytail to come out. Should have left Chair X open. I close it because it's gotten me killed in Zomboid before. Go. Discord. Share. Oh, Steam. Just leave me alone. Screenshots. That doesn't look right. Why doesn't that look right? I'm gonna fix that. There's a C in it, isn't it? Yeah, I figured as much. Okay, we got the hat. Hair kind of clashes with it a little bit. Well, whatever, it's fine. Okay, let's see. So why has the trunk been getting like just slightly worse every little bit? Is there a reason for that? Does this degrade over time? Have I been bumping it? Am I a bad driver? Is that a frog hat? Yeah, it's the frog hat, Elm. Look, it's the frog hat. We got it. It's achieved. I have the frog hat. Was one of my goals, was to get the frog hat, and I successfully made it. Which, it's really annoying to make this frog hat, and I'm never doing it again. I'm just gonna give it to myself at the beginning of each playthrough in the future. But yeah, making the frog hat sucks because it requires common mallow, which you'd figure it's got a common in the title, therefore it must be fairly, findable. No, it's not even a little bit. You gotta like look around for it. I want to get going, but I also want to not because we've got it's almost nighttime. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to do some loot sorting, which is not necessarily the best in terms of get some stuff done. So we'll do that. Is this one on my belt? No, that one's on my belt. Okay. Can I loot anything else? Okay, this school bag is empty, and thus can join the other Spiffo school bags at Twiggy's later. Oh, good lord. Knock, knock. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'll deal with you in a second. At least they knock. No, they don't! Sometimes they just let themselves in, and it's really annoying. Just walk into my home, open one door, open the other door, and hello, we're zombies, and we're here now. So awkward. You know what? Okay, just the axes. Where are they? These can go there. Okay. Only 5 axes waste quite a lot. What? Helm? The zombies in my playthrough can open doors and windows. What do you mean they can't operate doors? Yes, they can! How else do you think they open these garage doors and annoy me? Excuse me, sir. Yeah. Yes, indeed. My zombies can open doors. They are smart zombies. They also have pinpoint hearing and a bunch of other settings that are interesting to make them extra, extra tough. But also, well, I mean, delicious, delicious roast. There we go. But yeah, they are very intelligent zombies, and it's on purpose because I wanted them to be hard. They're not banging on a door; they're banging on a wood wall. They would just open a door if they could. Although I think they can break doors too that they're near. It's just that it's whatever they choose to do at the time. Because I've seen zombies get stuck on doors, but they can open doors, and they're just like standing there banging on it. It's like, but you can open that, you know. Nope. Don't want to open it. Gonna bang on it. It's like they make conscious decisions. This big old loot pile that I want to deal with, but at the same time I don't want to deal with it. But yeah, that they're gonna break that wall down. Without question, it's coming down. There's nothing really that I can do about it either. Oh, we're gonna pick up as physically as much as we can. These things I want to bring upstairs so they can stay there. Same with the shorts. The jars, I don't really know what I want to do with the jars. Maybe we'll put them over next to the other. Ah, just why not, right? Um, I know I have canned foods. They can go here. Seven nightsticks. Three more pistols for the pile. We'll put these in here, I think. Chipstone, doll, combs. Don't really need any more scissors. We've got lots of scissors. I'm gonna put a pair of scissors in here. More ammo. More kitchen knives. Still quite a lot. 15 spears. 6 nightsticks. take the scissors off the spear. The spear with its kind over there. Okay, we're almost done, thankfully. Well, I do like a good loot sort. Sorting loot is kind of annoying sometimes. More pistols. There we go. You miss the good old days? I mean, the good old days still have been. They have a place in your memory. That's where they reside. You can make new days though that are decent. It just takes time, right? I would assume that you're referring to like the old like before like platforms and stuff. Those were good times. Back with XLG was playing games and stuff. I still do keep in touch with him because, like, I mean, he's a very good friend, and I would never want to lose him as a friend. He's just very busy being a dad and living a life. We'll always be friends, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, all these stale things can go outside. Hoping I don't have to fight anything at the moment. Just while I put these rotten foods away. You miss all the streams? Well, I mean, I'm trying to come back into streaming a little bit. It's been trying though, because like I mean, I also have work that I have to do, as well as I've been trying to do this project that I have on the side that is neat and will be kind of, it's for the stream, so that's gonna be kind of neat when I roll it out. It's just been kind of, I've been hitting some problems with it because it's new stuff that I don't really know how to do. But once I learn the stuff that I'm trying to learn, and it'll be interesting. I think it's kind of a unique take on things a little bit. It's not that the concept hasn't been done before. It's just that it hasn't been done before for Zomboid specifically. So it's kind of neat in that regard. Let's see. So I have one thing of stew. We'll take one more out. There we go. Have ourselves a sleep. Mm-hmm. Well, you're living your life too, right, Sonny? So I mean, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. If you guys have time, then that's great. But if not, then that's okay. You can catch it on VODs or something. Like, it's not like I'm gonna stop. Streaming is something that I've always liked doing. Once I started doing it, I'm just gonna finish this book off real quick. Which book is this, anyways? I think this is Mechanics 4, right? Yeah, we'll just knock out Mechanics 4 really fast. So I need Trapping 4. Yeah. I figured this would reset my schedule just a little bit in the game. Then we can eat that other soup that we have in our inventory, make another 2 bowls of soup, have a sleep, and then head out, collecting more loot and continuing our loot consolidation. Yeah, no, it's understandable. Those were good times. Lots of good times. But we can make more good times over the course of things. It just takes time, right? It's not good to get so lost in the past that you can't progress in the present or see the future. It's good to remember the past. There were a lot of good times to happen there, but you don't want to be stuck in a loop. Have ourselves asleep. Because it'll just end up making you sad and stuff like that, like sort of in that regard. Because it's fun to remember those times, but we're gonna do a quick run around the property, check for any baddies, as well as I want to check these because these should be running out of fuel. No. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you got new life. You got stuff new interests. Like, you're a new you. That's what happens over the course of several years is people change and you become, your ideas change. Things that you enjoyed are no longer the same things you enjoyed. Have you ever gone back and tried to watch something that you used to watch when you were a kid? Like, sometimes it's hard. Like, and you're thinking, like, why did I like this? Rose-colored glasses, so to speak. Well, you're the same, exactly the same. I mean, some folks don't change, I guess. I know that I'm different than I was. That certain things I take more seriously. I'm a lot slower when it comes to certain things. And I'm more precise on certain things now. And I'm less, which is unfortunate that some of my skills change, but I mean, that's going to happen. You're not going to keep the same skill set forever. Why am I up here? I came up here for a reason. I'm trying to remember. I know I want to get in the car and drive. Was it food related? No, I have food in my inventory. Why did I come up here? Was it to drop something off? In theory, could be. No. I don't know why I came up here, but my brain says that I needed to come up here for something. I'll remember later when I'm driving away. It's when and if I do want to level first aid, I know how to do it. I'm not gonna do it though right now, and I've actually been thinking that I'm not ever going to level first aid as well. That it's going to just stay at 0. Now, in saying that, I don't actually think my first aid is at 0. Do you want to know why? Because if I remember correctly, I got 1 scratch in this run. It was at the beginning of the run when my character fell over. So if I hover my cursor over first aid, I'm betting, yep, I've got 0.88 XP in first aid. So my character's not unscratched. But then again, I haven't been touched by the zombies yet. So, from patching up your friends. It's really easy to train first aid. All you do is stand on broken glass and patch up your feet with tweezers. Hi, Lyndon. How are you? Coffee raid, indeed. You having a good day? Shout out. I should use these. I don't use them, and I should. Like that. Other than work, yeah, I'm just getting finished my work for the month a couple days ago or yesterday, I think. So I get time off now, which is kind of nice. It's nice to take a break, you know? But yeah, hopefully you get as much break as you can. What were you playing last? Did you have a lot of fun? I was watching you play all sorts of different indie titles. Been very into indie lately, haven't you? You were always one of the folks that I could count on to check out some cool indie games, though. Jedi Survivor. That's in the new Star Wars one, isn't it? Is it good? I haven't really. You'll play almost anything. Well, exactly. See, it's good. Okay. Well, I mean, that's to be expected of a Star Wars title, but sometimes they don't really hit that good Star Warsy vibe. I don't know if that makes sense, but okay. I'm just gonna pull the key from the ignition for a sec so that I can go and. That's good. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. You get to enjoy it much more. That's it for these. Let's check the fridge. Yeah, okay. Let's bring this. I don't know if I'm gonna want to put this lakeside painting anywhere, but we'll consider it. Okay, I think that's it for the stuff that's downstairs. I mean, I could take the TV if I really want it, but. Which just reminds me of that Hogwarts game, right? A lot of folks were saying that they didn't really like it, and then some folks were really like, it's really good. You should just try it. Um, I do intend to get that one for Emma to try at some point in the future because Emma likes like the magic-y stuff. I mean, I do like that kind of stuff kind of as well, but it seems less like a game that I would play. Okay, so that's it for that. Yeah, so it definitely gives you that good sort of vibe on it, which is good. School bag, satchel. Okay, and that's it. We are officially no longer this area is still okay in terms of a safe house if I need it, but there are no more loot items here aside from the ones in like the driveway and in the backyard and well, I mean, there's no more inside the house. We've now fully cleaned out the house. Is that a pair of shoes? But yeah, I've been playing this game a lot because it's been really fun. Like, there's so much to it, and it's such a deep title for almost nothing. This oh for really. I just mentioned earlier how I have not been injured very often, and I trip over the fence by accident. Um, I'm bleeding out. And I have no favorite. Drop on the ground. There we go. Well, that's annoying. Oh well. I did have plans to, like, I was thinking about not leveling first aid anyways, but, like, you know, I can still level it. It's fine. Favorite, and that can go back in the bag. I feel like the game's making fun of me to a degree. Is this how I die? I injure my leg and then immediately get jumped after? Could you imagine? Nah, I did start up a CDDA recently, so I shouldn't be too bad in terms of movement. Plus, I'm willing to throw everything that I'm carrying on the ground if in the event that I get bothered by zombies. Could you imagine if I died by bleeding out from a shin cut that I caused from the fence? That's so lame. Could you imagine how had I not noticed? Of course, I'm very attentive on my moodles most of the time because I don't want my moodles to cause me problems. Um, but you know, I know some folks that are like they don't even notice. It's like yeah, survives wave after wave of hordes and dies from stubbing their toes. An infected toe stubbing. Actually, have you ever stubbed your toe? It always is. It's the worst. Okay, my character's like hobbling around. We're cleaning up the streets because this is me littering essentially. I did all this. I mean, the stuff was stuck in zombies, but technically it was me littering. So I gotta clean up my mess. Okay, good so far. From a rusty fence. I mean, yeah, that makes more sense than me having died on like a from like a paper cut. I mean, you could. Could you bleed out from a paper cut? I mean, if it hit you in the right spot. It's a weird thought process to go along. Okay, that's it for the back. I can still fit like 20 in the side, but this is one of a few times where I'm not going to bother with that. The reason that I'm not going to bother with it is because I am injured, so I don't want to have my options limited for escape. Can't believe I did that over a fence. And it's all because I held shift ever so slightly too long. Skill issue, though. Could you imagine if I got in a deep wound or a laceration from that? I have a needle and thread though, so it wouldn't have been anything to deal with, but just because I'm limping does not mean I am not still a threat, zombies. Ooh, lighter. Ooh, a piece of candy. Couldn't imagine dying from tetanus. That sounds so lame. In the zombie apocalypse, I mean. Dying from tetanus probably is no joke, but at the same time, if you're in the zombie apocalypse and you die of tetanus, that's a little bit. It's like. That's extremely unfortunate. There's so many cooler ways to go, and you get done dirty like that. It's similar to you know, all those other ailments that are like. There we go. Hmm. I thought I cleaned that house out. Whatever. Because that's the house I stole the carpet from, isn't it? It looks like he's trying to steal my soup. I mean, it is really good soup, I bet. Why did I shut the car off? I have tweezers, right? I should have tweezers, I think. Suture needles, cold packs, black sage. Do I not have tweezers? Surely I grabbed one thing of tweezers at one point. No? None. That can't be true. I don't have tweezers? That can't be accurate. Can it? Suture. Look how many suture needles I have. Medical masks and gloves to to fill a pharmacy. Yeah, they don't have tweezers? There's a pharmacy right next door. We can go check if they have tweezers. I don't have tweezers though. That is of all things to not have. Like, really? Don't have tweezers. What a weird thing to not have. Yeah, I know there's a pharmacy next door. I can go check, but it's just like weird. It's like, why out of everything, why don't I have tweezers here? Yeah, look at how slow I move. Goodness. Wait a second. Do I move faster with nimble than I do basic walking speed? It's really close and hard to tell. Does my high level of nimble outpace my walking speed while injured? It shouldn't, right? Let's see. I need to test this. Okay. Starting here. Okay. No, but they're virtually identical. Like the number's about the same. It's close. Close enough. I'm surprised I don't have a pair of tweezers. Hmm. Found exactly what I was looking for. What are medical plans? I mean, I could just raid this whole place, and but why? I don't really have a reason to raid this place any more than I have right now. So I've never done this before, but I am going to do it now because I injured my leg on the fence. So I am intrigued to try. Is it just a hand fork here? Yeah, I noticed that too. You can't grab the microscope. You can take apart the stuff under the microscope and it can float. Because microscopes are magic. It's proof that science is magic. Alright, so let's see. I should have... Okay, so we'll grab these bandages. I don't know, I grabbed these pants just because I'm not sure. I really have no reason to have them. I've never ever done what I'm about to try and do. So... hopefully I don't accidentally kill myself doing it. I don't think I will. I think I'll be okay. I'm gonna grab one of the medical thingies. Put the cold pack away, the adhesive bandage away. Okay, so I have 2 suture needles. I don't know how many. Let's see. What else do I need? I don't think I need anything else. I think that's it. Okay, I want this away from me right now. We'll do it over here. Okay, before we continue though, so like I said, I've never done this before, so I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm gonna wash myself, wash my clothing. Okay, so you're supposed to step on the glass with your bare feet and then tweezer it out. Yeah, that's how this works. Like I said, I've never done this before, so I don't actually know what to do. So let's put away this. Wear the surgical gloves and the surgical mask for safety purposes. And I don't know. I shouldn't need to hold this, right? Because these items are light. So remove glass. Remove glass. Okay, so we move away now and just. Okay, so just for right now, I'm just going to bandage them. We're in quite a lot of pain. Okay. So we'll climb down for a sec. Oh, I probably should wear my shoes, shouldn't I? Yeah, wear. There we go. Ooh, we're quite not able to move right now, but that's okay. Just had a thought that I should have probably grabbed all of the medical books to start if I was going to do this to myself. So I'm a bit of a dumb, but that's okay. Surely there won't be that many enemies over at Twiggy's. What do I need now? Oh yeah, I came down here for sleeping pills. That's right. I know I have sleeping pills. Well, I mean, I could just take regular medicine. Wow, you really don't move fast, huh? This is the fastest I go, and I guarantee the zombies are faster than me. Maybe I brought the sleeping pills upstairs already. I don't see why I would do that, but... Those are sleeping pills, aren't they? Yeah, isn't that interesting? I think that's kind of funny, too. Um... I shouldn't have left this pain meds down there. Tomorrow we'll go and get, agony. I mean, I have 4 suture needles. Wow, look at the difference. My goodness. And on this, look at the difference between not stitched and stitched. It's just because I have stitches in doesn't mean that I'm invulnerable. That's not how that works. I suppose that I prefer it this way though. You pull your stitches is my thoughts. But I'm like functional. Okay, like very functional. Okay, we'll grab the rest of the first aid books as well as the trapping book. I even need to bring the car over? I mean, I kind of should, because... Oh yeah, it's got a bunch of crap in the back. Okay, the only thing that should be not in here is... these. That. Mods? Oh, you're using the stuff. That's interesting. Yes, I'm running basically a vanilla game, except for cosmetic stuff. As well, I mean, you can tell by the UI mostly. This is the only thing that's really changed. That, and I mean, the integration, and I mean, obviously, I've got Frog Hat on. Little things like that, right? Um, let's grab these. Okay, I just want to put these away. Right now, they can go in somewhere. I don't even care where they go. I just want them here. All right, let's go and get... The rest of that stuff's all on the ground, right? What? I suck at driving. I'm so bad. Hey Winkle, I injured myself on a fence. So I decided that I'm gonna max out my first aid today. I was doing so good too. I tripped over a fence and... Well... I already have shards of glass and I have everything else I need. I just need to go get my books from the spiff or from Twiggy's. We got the first level already done though, because I had already read First Aid 1. I like how that zombie just does not care that I exist. I'm not care in the world. Gotta go grab my books. So we also need trapping 4 and... So First Aid 2, First Aid 3, First Aid 4, First Aid 5, and trapping 4. Do I need anything else? No. These are the books that I need. My Spiffo Shrine's coming together nicely too. One of the Spiffle bags has a bunch of... oh, they both... Why do they have a bunch of stuff in them? 16 units of encumbrance? How many knives are in this bag? Not. 26 broken knives. That's a few. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna... I've never done this before, by the way. I haven't, like... So, it's the first time I'll have ever gotten first aid really, really high. I know that it doesn't do anything. It's like having... I don't know what would be a good comparison. But... Okay. So the bags are all on the floor now. Now I want to fill each one with a Spiffo. Spiffo Shrine. think those are seating. I don't even really know why I'm growing this stuff. I'm probably just gonna throw away most of it, but it's like I have the food available if I want to eat it. So it's like it's there. I'm using some of it, but I've been making so many crops that I can't feasibly eat it all. There's just no way. I mean I could, but my character would weigh like a ludicrous amount of weight, I think. Better to have too much than too little though. You carry 15 pounds of cabbages. It's a lot of cabbages. I think I could. I don't know if I can carry all of them. I mean, the ones like it just seems to be too much. Um, Permanent +2 carry weight bonus. Huh. Like I've got lots of those things. Things are going stale now though. 109 cabbages here. All right, so we've got the books to read. So I'm going to read the trapping book and I'm going to read the first aid book. I'm going to put these in bed. I don't really know. I might want to go get more. Before we start this, I'm going to go get more sleeping pills, just in case. Because, like, I mean, you take one a day. I should also check my generators just to be on the safe side. Yeah, they got lots of fuel. They're good. What about the one in the back of the house? Yeah, plenty of fuel. So let's see. Just gonna put these things in here for now so that I can just loot all the shelves. Because there's no reason to leave anything in here, is there? Might as well take it all. I tried to pick that up. That's why those tiles are like that. Is because I tried to pick up the magazine rack because I thought I misread it and thought I could pick up the magazine rack, and then I was really disappointed because I wanted the magazine rack for Twiggies. Uh, Awkward. Can't pick up the microscope either, which is yeah. See why? Why can't you pick up the microscope? Winkle, do you know the answer? Why is a microscope not allowed? I would like a microscope for my base so that I can study the pathogens and then um, all of the different like sicknesses and cure everything. Like not just the zombie virus. I want to cure all of ailments that could possibly exist. Okay, I can unfavorite this because we don't need that favorited anymore. And that's everything in the Pharmahug. There's nothing left in the Pharmahug now. So... already has an X on it. Okay. Saves me time. Of course I have loot respawn off. That it would be not really a real world, would it? If it was on. It's not a world. I'm trying to be immersed. And yes, while some folks would say, oh, but you have the indicator outline on, and that's not immersive. Well, I mean, that's so that I don't mess up. And because of my poor vision. I have very bad eyes sometimes. Sometimes my eyes are really good, but sometimes they're bad. And it's just a preference of mine. And people can play the way they want to, right? I still think it's immersive, even if that's not the case, you know? At least I find it that way. Everything in here is going on the floor. Yeah, a lot of I've heard a lot of folks complain that the outline can be kind of like jarring, and it's just not for them, which is fine. But you know, for someone who's not very good with visuals, especially if the visuals are unclear, like when you're in I forgot to put away that book. When you're in like a body pile, not being able to see um like if a zombie's, because sometimes I'll miss movement. So having it light up is useful for me as well. Even though yes, there are times where the outline outright lies to you and says that it's selecting a zombie that it's not. I actually have figured out a little bit that that can be abused to a degree. You can actually choose how to use that. You don't. It's something that you can control. You can, but it's based on the cone of attack, and how you're positioning your camera and your character. So it's interesting. I've done it a few times. I'm not perfect at it yet though. I need to practice more. But you can control when you hit behind a zombie. I'm sure that you know that though, given that you've got like sometimes you'll shoot. You'll probably using guns. You'll shoot behind on purpose to get the zombie that's behind the other zombie that's more like if one fell over, it's just to get it out of the way sort of thing. But yeah, like you said, it's an isometric game and it already has a slight lack of realism in some aspects. It just depends. Okay, so we need to read a couple books as well as I do want to take a look at this. Can sit out here. We'll drink. Do I want to drink this now? Yeah, we can drink this now. Okay, one sec. Before we commit to our first aid stuff, there's a couple things that I want to deal with. I think it's just one thing, actually. There you are. Nope, it's a couple things. I don't believe I have keen hearing in real life, but sometimes it just depends. I do have perfect pitch, but that doesn't help you in terms of certain things. Now that's not to say that I can sing with perfect pitch because I can't. They're my vocal cords are not really good for singing. But I can hear stuff, which is good. Um, okay, so now are we good? It's funny, you actually don't really need the bandages on this, do you? Because it's still green. Maybe you can tear the stitches though. I'm about to tear the stitches. You keep them on just because it's yeah. But it could be that I could see this like so I haven't done the research, but I can't remember where I read it, but I read that somewhere that you can leave these open like this and they'll heal faster. Not that that really should ever come into play, because does it really matter if it heals faster? Not really. Like, but it makes some sense because they would have air, right? So then the air and it would help your body sort of coop it quicker than keeping it compressed and because the body would then think that there's a layer of protection there, so it doesn't work properly. It does that doesn't really make sense. I don't have the right words for it, but unpack one of you. Okay, is that everything? I think it is. All right. Oh, and I have to read the books. That's right. So we got to take a second. Read the books first. So read, because if you don't read the books, there's almost no point in it. The amount of XP these things give is ludicrous. So when I did the math for the watches, that's what really blew my mind on the whole XP values and how much they actually are worth. Because I didn't realize it was that much of a difference. Like 5,508 watches versus 65,550 watches. That's a sizable difference. Okay, perfect. So we read first aid 2, so we don't need that one anymore. We'll put it over there. Have ourselves asleep before we inevitably cause ourselves some pain here in just a moment. Okay, I want to sterilize these 2 bandages, as well as make more soup. Just gonna go down really quick and grab 2 more suture needles. We've got like an absolute ton. The suture needle holder doesn't break ever, does it? That's a probably stupid question. The suture needle never breaks? What do you mean? The suture needle gets used up when you... Oh, it never mind. It always breaks. Okay, no. So, but the holder doesn't. Just having this in my inventory, though, that's using it, right? It says that it increases the success rate of deep root wound treatment. I guess I know, but this says that it heals. Its success rate is better. It makes it sound like it's not going to be successful sometimes. Like that your character's gonna mess up, the stitches are gonna fly out of everywhere, and you're just not gonna be able to stitch yourself up. You'll lose your needle, and you'll have to sit there for 10 days healing up the deep wound the old-fashioned way. Could you imagine? Oh my god. Okay. Shoes are coming off. Unequip. Remove glass. Remove glass. Glass. Remove glass. Why does it say that you can remove glass with the suture needle holder? That's not what that is for. It's for holding a suture needle. What happens if you remove glass with the suture needle holder? Is it faster? Doesn't seem like it. I thought this was the only way to train first aid. Like, I mean, yeah, you could take the damage naturally, but why would you bother? You're making beer soup. I mean, I'd seen that that was an option, but I don't want to take the beer. It's cosmetic in my kitchen. Oh, it's the same menu. Do you stop bleeding out after a little while or something? Because my health doesn't seem like it's going down. Is it just really, really slow? Oh, it is going down still. Yeah, it's just ludicrously slow. Can you bleed out? Like, is that an option? I guess maybe from your feet, it's really hard to bleed out. I think we've been over this before, that yes, we can bleed out. Yes, please don't bleed out. Okay. I'm not going to test it. I wouldn't test it here. I tested in debug. I would. This is not the area for testing. Although you will once in a while see me test things in this thing where I'm curious. Usually, it won't be things that will get me killed. Usually, only sometimes. I mean, well, if it's interesting enough, there is a weighted system in my mind that is probably very strange if people were to put it into a chart, where if it's interesting enough, I will test it right away. But if not, then it's something that I can wait for. Okay, I think. How much more do we need? Oh, not much more. Yeah, I think that's good enough for now. Remove these. Disinfect with the alcohol wipes. Did I pull out a soup? I think I did, but I don't remember. Okay, we'll drink that soup before we go to bed. Right now, first aid 3 on my docket. Almost done. There's no pain? So I can go to sleep without the sleeping pills. We gotta do a big cook day tomorrow. That's gonna be annoying. Oh well. I'm gonna go outside just to prevent myself from getting bored. What? Well, I was taking it to go to bed faster. Does it not save me an extra like? I guess you're right. It doesn't. Like, why should I? Like, I should just not. But in reality, I would do that though. I could see me doing that. The sleeping pills, like, I mean, sleeping pills are fairly. You're outside. Be less bored, please. Yeah, there we go. Gotta love staring at concrete. That's the best way to alleviate one's boredom. Watching grass grow, you know, it's riveting. It's dumb that I spend more time indoors and am more entertained than like just standing outside. Okay, we're gonna have to have a big cook day tomorrow, which is okay. Boredom tweaks. No, I don't want mods right now, but maybe one day. Boredom tweaks. I mean, you should be able to play this with batteries. You should be able to play this little game here, like with batteries, and your character should be getting boredom reduction indoors. That should exist in the base game. There's a consoles mod. Okay, we'll do. You don't gain boredom when you're indoors. See, you gain. You should gain boredom when you're not doing things. Um, okay, here we go. Great stir fry. Oh, I need. Carrots, mushroom, leek. Now, there's like nothing here in terms of meats. So we're gonna have to go and set up the traps and catch some rabbits tomorrow. This is my food for today. Should I eat it now? Eat half of it now. I have soup as well that I should eat too. Actually, so that's a point. I should eat the rest of this. So that I can eat my soup. How many more suture needles do I have? I'm sure there's more downstairs. Okay. Just gonna wash this one bandage. Can you wash the bandages in a laundry machine? Oh, I accidentally didn't. That's awkward. But their pictures are wrong. And apparently this is a bookshelf. What? So here, look. This is apparently a bookshelf. This is apparently... This makes sense that it would say that it's a dresser drawer. Okay, fine, whatever. But then... This one's got a display picture that looks like this outside. And then when you look up here... That kind of looks like it. Okay, fine. But then why is this one on the front like that? No. Okay. So I've learned that the washing machine doesn't wash dirty bandages. So it's kind of annoying, but nice. No, it doesn't. I didn't know that was what your no was for. Okay, so we'll put this stuff away for a moment. I need to go and set up my traps. And then we'll read Trapping 4. Okay, one thing at a time. I'm overwhelming myself with tasks. I need to focus and get the things I need to do done. So first things first, I need to set up my traps. Then we'll come back, bring food. Um, sure. We might fish while we're out there too, just to have an extra thing to throw in the stuff. Hello. Okay. Okay, I got my 8 trap boxes. Nice trap. Okay, these 20 rotten ones can go in here. 85 worms, that's quite a few. Why can't you fish there? That sounds hilarious. Okay, that should be enough fish right now. So I'll put this back down there. The secondary. See, that would give me a purpose for collecting more batteries. Because currently, what am I going to use batteries for? flashlights, I guess. That's like, and radios. Those are the only two things that, I mean, I in theory could hook up a lamp, I guess. Flashlights, radios, lamp. Is there any other use for batteries? So here, we're going to put these just on the ground right now. I'm just going to put the bait fish in the oven. We'll cook it here in a little while, but I'm hoping I'll be able to read all of Trapping 4 before tomorrow. We've been powering through these books. My hope is that we won't have to worry about the books soon, and then we'll be able to move on and start really pressing towards the plans that we've set up. So, taking over the racetrack, then pressing towards that one right side of Louisville, the one after I clear out the some things. So, like the we'll clear out some of the stuff. Okay, place that there. Have ourselves asleep. Dang, our character's really sleeping for a while, huh? Yeah, I figured the soup would be stale. Okay, time to head over. Mm-hmm. These are worthless. Should have brought more with me. Because now I gotta run home and run back. You found a fresh rat in Louisville? Yeah, so the path that I'm thinking of taking into Louisville is actually it's the right path. Like on the right side of Louisville. It's where the residential area is, the gated community, and the 3 mansions with the pond. It seems like the best route that's not through the military checkpoint. The military checkpoint though seems like the straight to the heart of Louisville. Like that is where you would go. Like I was looking at the different routes in, and there only seems to be really 3 ways to approach Louisville. At least that's what I've noticed. I mean, you could in theory approach it from across the river, I guess, but that's not really something that I am. It would take a lot of effort to get across the river to start, and then just as much effort to get across the river again. So it's like it's on the list of doable, but it's not what I was thinking about. Um, okay, let's take all this stuff stale. We'll take these stale veg. I'm gonna get rid of all of it. Do I still need to read that first aid book? No. We read first aid 3. Stale veg. So I'm gonna put these 20 in here for a moment. I might need to make another composting thing. Yeah, because this one's full. How much does it take to make a composting thing again? It's like 4 planks. 5 planks, 4 nails. How many planks do I have? There's 2 planks here. 2 planks there. Yeah, you definitely build a lot more than I do. I am much more of a... I build things, but it's like, it usually takes me a while. Here's 1 second. We'll drop this on the ground. Put one of these in both hands. There's a tree here. I just wanted 1. Put that back in the axe pile. The axe pile used to be more organized before. Wait, what? Oh, they're in the bag. Yeah, planks are just never ending, at least from what I've seen. Stale, stale, stale. I'm just gonna run this stuff out really quick, and then we gotta run over to the trap spot and put in the. I'm actually even tempted to hop in the vehicle and drive over to Twiggy's, but. Um, Elm, I compost stale stuff because I have so much that I don't need to care. So why would I keep the stale stuff? I have so much stuff that I actually physically cannot contain it all. There's no way. I'm actually having to get rid, like, I'm choosing to get rid of some stuff. I've thrown fresh produce in there just because FIFO first in first out. I no, it's not about max cooking. It's just about constant flow of ingredients. I can't outpace the farms that I have set up. They're too that you'd think that I would then okay, well, you should probably ease back on your farming just a bit then, right? No, I would rather have to throw away fresh food because I don't have space for it than, easing back on my farming. Open a restaurant for the zombies. That's actually not a bad idea. We could call it. What could we call it? Oh, one of my thingies broke. I do have the luxury of having an extra box of nails just chilling out here in the middle of nowhere so that I can do this. Um, there's a lot of cool names that I could think of that would be decent for a zombie restaurant. I was thinking about something with like a brains in it though. You see, there's two fresh carrots just chilling in that pile because I mean, they don't have enough carrot on them in order to produce. Excuse me. Why are you wandering over here? My hunting spot. Get lost. Zombies thinking they can take over everything. Just because they have numbers. It's overwhelming force. I might fix up my generators too while I'm at home. We also might start cooking the first batch of food. Okay, let's see. Just like that. Generators are good. Minus the one at Twiggy's, but I'm not checking that one for a while. The one at Twiggy's I can afford to not bother checking. That one's probably fine. Okay. We should be able to cook up a little bit of food. Look at those rabbits that we have. Slice all the fillets. Butcher all 3 rabbits. Drop them all on the ground. Oh, is there stale rabbit? Yep, no, we don't eat stale rabbit. That goes off to the side in a pile on its own. Okay. How are we doing for weight? I do need to gain 3, so start with a roast pan. Rabbit meat. We'll do 3 rabbit meat. 3 fish fillets. thing. Do 2 rabbit meats, 1 fish, 3 rabbit meats apparently. Potato, mushroom. Fish fillet. Potato. Okay, I want to use all of the useless fish that's on the floor. Along with, I don't know, some random other bits. Potato. Potato. That. This stuff's still frozen? Wow. Potato and 1 more fish, I guess. Too full to eat. Okay, so those things can go in the fridge for right now. These things are thawing. I have 20 space that I can move items in with. So once these are done cooking, I can move some of the stuff from downstairs upstairs. Okay, so how many is this? There's 4 there left, plus, so we've got full 23 there in terms of food. These can come with me. Actually, secondary. What? Okay. So be able to go grab the food that's over here. What is this? There. Let's see. So I'll bring these carrots, these tomatoes, these potatoes all upstairs. Put 5 cabbage in there because we'll use them in the cooking. But the rest can go in here like this. Perfect. So go put these away. Looks like loot is spilling out of the back of that vehicle. I don't even really know why I'm bothering with the whole fertilizers thing. I'm kind of just making it to make it. This doesn't seem like it's really needed. I guess it was kind of useful when I was in a pinch, but I can't even really see me needing it. So yeah, we'll go have a sleep. And then we'll go collect things tomorrow. I'll probably be able to put away those the traps. I'll put them away probably. Yeah. I was gonna say that I should go back and grab food for the traps, but I don't need them because. Six rabbits, not bad. Why is it that some actions are queued and some are not? Just save myself some time because I'm not coming back here for a while. We saved up enough rabbits that we won't have to. Not for a little while at least. Yeah. Twiggy's generator is like the generators that I have are like it's interesting. They last for a few weeks. Twiggy's last for like a month. It's because it's only powering like the lights. Because I moved the fridge out. Okay. Frying pan can go here. Or actually, we should 90. 4, 5. So we will butcher this one. The rest we will keep as whole rabbits. How much is this way? 12? And I'm still trying to gain, right? Okay. Potato. Fish. Broccoli. Okay, now I just need tomato, potato. That's it. Rabbit, tomato, cabbage, potato, broccoli. Let's stir fry. Cooked veg meal. And we should be able to cook the remaining. Should be, yep, barely any rabbit meat left. And that's it. And we just wait for the rest to finish cooking. This one's, there we go. There we go. All the food is cooked. Okay. Okay, before we mess up our feet again, I'm going to make another quick run around, make sure we're good, and then we'll mess up our feet for a little bit longer. We only got about another 4 of these to go. So hopefully it'll be okay. I like how my stance on it completely changed. Just because I tripped over a fence. It would be kind of cool, though, to go through the entire game, kill like hundreds of thousands of zombies, and not get injured at all. That would be kind of nice. It's doable. It's just a pain. So let's see. So I did a perimeter check. How are we for sutures? Yeah, we're good. So that means that I can make sure I have on me the medical tools that I need. Okay, I've got food. All right, shoes, off you come. How much was that, anyways? Almost a full level. Mm-hmm. Should be able to put this away. Delicious pan stir fry. I am gonna go grab some more suture needles, though. We should have a few more. If not, I can grab a needle and thread. It's not that big a deal. How many threads do I have? I don't know. How much thread do you need to stitch a wound? I'll grab 5 spools. 5 spools should be enough, right? So worst case scenario, I have my regular needle, but I don't really want to use it if I don't have to. Actually, we should put these 3 books in the back of the vehicle. That way we can put them away. I could do some loot sorting while I wait. Oh look, 2 more suture needles. Nice. Food. Quite a lot of first aid stuff. Not as many sleeping tablets as you would think. I mean, I did raid a pharma hug, and well, there's another pile of loot over there, huh? We'll do this loot pile, then go to bed. Maybe. How much money is in my cash register? Not much. This still goes there. Which bag goes here? I forgot that there's furniture on all those shelves almost. So right now we're up to 339 broken knives in storage at the moment. Nine more. Yeah, okay. Can't carry anymore. It's too heavy. Radio rags, radio transmitter, green bulb, delete. Let's see, anything else? 9 more knives. So that's going to be 5 full containers of broken knives, and then we'll start loading them into Twiggies eventually. Guns, more guns. Guns go in the gun pile. $219 electrical scrap. That's a lot of electrical scrap. Will that go on top? No, I didn't think it would. I know there's no dog, but like, I mean, or at least not yet. And by the time there is one, this save won't be functional. But what did I do to be in pain? I jammed my glass in my feet. You know, the usual. I'm not a masochist. It's how you level it. I'm not a masochist. It's not true. False info. What's my first aid? 4 and a bit. Almost 5. Next rotation of injuring my feet will get me the next level, I think. But I took a second to organize the loot that was downstairs. So. But I don't have to do it later. These things can come upstairs. Anything else? I think... Yeah, I do still need to organize that. Those things are going outside. We can reclaim the scissors off of both of these. At what point am I just hoarding? Like, really? Okay, the broken knives don't count as hoarding, though. They're a collection. They're memories. Everything else, though, Well, actually, same for the friendship bracelets. And this stuff is not junk, it's decorations. I was thinking about doing that, but then I was like, well, what if it causes my game to lag? And then I do stuff like this that kind of fully counteracts that argument. I'm strange, but it's okay. It's fine to be strange. I'll just keep telling myself that. Nobody can tell me otherwise if I keep saying that you're strange. Well, I mean, that's fine. It's okay. It's okay to be strange. This is empty back there. These kind of look like Tic Tacs. Excuse me? That's not what I expected would happen if I tried to place it down. Why is it like that? Who am I gonna breaker 19 with? This is a single player world. Maybe one day I'll go crazy and I'll put my frog hat on a mannequin on the other end of one of these things and pretend it has a voice. Breaker 19. Can I put this on there? No. Where am I gonna put this? This just looks weird. We have it kind of looks like a karaoke machine. And now I can't unsee that. That is what this is now. It's karaoke. If I ever get the nerve to do karaoke, totally that is what that is. Okay, we'll put all this other crap away now, and now we can sleep, and I can feel comfortable about my character's sad. Could it be that you were standing on glass and that you don't probably know why? Why did I do that to myself? Why? The character doesn't know that they're leveling first aid. That's this completely like separate. Let's see. I want to carry around with me a cup of tea, but I'm scared the tea will rot. Hopefully it doesn't. Maybe I can find... I need to find that out. Okay, let's eat a delicious meal. Alright, we're tired now. Let's have a sleep. The only shitty part is that I'm always bored. Very bored. I'm gonna stand outside for a few hours. We'll kill some stuff too. Nothing to kill out here. Maybe over by Triggies. I do know that I have to start planning, like, to get going eventually. And start... I'm just happy that the skills are kind of coming together nicely. I've never had skills that they're this high before. And the character's so fast and so powerful. We're just going for a walk. That's what's happening. Going for a walk. Casual, nice little walk so that we don't get too bored. Good. Oh, hey. You made it. Good job. Two more axes. I'm tempted to spell unknown with them and send him a screenshot. I wonder if he'd appreciate it. I have enough axes. I could probably do it. Right? How many axes do I actually have? 27. And then I could make stone axes, though, to fill in the gaps. 21. Could go hunting for a military backpack, even though I'm not using one myself, and then put that on, like, the axes. It'd be an interesting idea. I'm still thinking about that kind of stuff. Dismantle it for electrical. I don't know. I'm good. I don't need to. I'm looking for stuff to decorate with. I don't know. It's maybe that's weird. Is it weird that I'm enjoying the decorative part of the game? It's like I'm having fun decorating. That can go there. No, I've got 3 hiking bags. I've killed all of West Point and found nothing. Although, and I did go along the back roads for a little bit. Like you can see, I went all the way over here, nothing. I could keep going along the back roads over here and travel over close to this area and see if I can find them. But it's just like, what's the point? You know, and the hiking bag's just fine on its own. Like I don't need the extra inventory space right now. And the next backpack that I'm going to probably run into is the military bag over by the military checkpoint. At least I would hope that I can get there. We'll see. Okay, so I'm going to rename this one Round Base. This is going to be my round base bag. And it can sit here. Okay, am I fully washed? I want to make sure I'm clean before I start cutting up my feet again. Oh, these bottles I can fill with water, and dang, I have lots of waters. And water bottle. Just in case somehow a zombie manages to be flown in and paratroop onto the roof of the Gigamart, and I'm not paying attention and it destroys all 6 water barrels somehow. I know that's not likely to happen, but you never know. It could. Maybe it will. I want to get one of those coat racks as well for my clothes, as well as a decent what's it called? Wardrobe. Later. Not now, though. All right, time to mess up my feet again. I have all the proper surgical equipment on hand. Kind of. Is there? I want to see how much it costs with the needle and thread. It costs barely any thread to stitch your feet. I'm saving the rest of my suture needles because there's no need to worry about it. Where is my shoes? Military backpack. Even having more zombies though, it'd be not guarantee, right? Guess it just kind of got unlucky. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. Fully healed. I actually am curious. That was just a single night's sleep, right? If I open, where is it? I take off my shoes and I open these, remove stitches. They're still deep wound severe. What's the difference between deep wound severe and deep wound? Maybe blood loss is faster? I'll just try and keep a closer eye on it. I'm getting bored while glass is in my feet. Yep, definitely seems like my character. There's glass in my feet, but I'm bored. Getting sad, okay, that's understandable. But getting bored? Okay. Prop myself out of the glass. Move the glass. Stitch it with a needle and thread. And just like that, we're good. How much was that anyways? Over 1,000 XP. I'm gonna eat my food, then I'm gonna walk outside and hang out for a bit. Come back, we'll have a rest. Those cabbages are almost done being grown. Why is that zombie stuck? Bow tie. I think I've already collected one of those. Display pastries. Time to go home, I guess. I'm actually almost fully recovered. That wasn't a zombie. That was the sound effect in the song, I think. Right? Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Red. I'm gonna equip my shoes. One, two, three, four. Sleep. Still in a bit of pain, but it's okay. And there goes the pain. Oh no, my feet again. Okay, should be able to pour myself some stew. Nice. Fill my cooking pot. Fill my water bottle. Hmm. Empty bowl can go in there. Wasn't this book blue to start? Are the inside of the is the inside of the Can I stand? The inside of the first aid book red? Or is I'm trying to see the back cover of it, but it's really hard. No, it just converts the book to a red book. Okay. Why have I not noticed that ever before? Just noticing it now. I'm really happy about the frog hat today. It's probably my favorite part of the day so far. Here, are you going to do the same thing that I'm doing? Improving your first aid. So long as you're safe, that's the big part, right? Then you can kind of deal with it and it gets you to 10. It's another way to get another skill to 10. I'm sure they'll nerf it. There has to be a way to that they'll nerf it. Maybe they'll just make feet XP worthless. There we go. Do I go stab my feet now? Yep, I do indeed. We'll eat first. Is that there? This bowl can go here. You can actually unfavorite these two things. The reason I favorited them earlier was because I wanted to make sure that they I didn't drop them. Well, it's the thing is that also first aid is a worthless skill. No offense to first aid, but the only time first aid will really matter is if you have a broken leg. That's it. Like or a fracture or whatever. That's it. Because if you get into an injury from the zombies, you've already chanced death. Like there's no recovering from the infection. So it doesn't matter if you survive with a laceration and a scratch if or how long it takes for them to heal. You know what I mean? Like that's it's just first aid as a whole is kind of just eh. Now if it makes you better at amputating, well I mean then that could be a thing that would be interesting. Like if they added amputation into the game. Anyways, I don't know. But still, I'm going to continue with this leveling stuff, but I need to AFK for a sec, so I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back a little bit early, so I'm just gonna flip the thing. Okay. How are we doing? Same thing. If you have the Raider helicopters, you can. Which the integration has that available as a choice. I don't have them on though, because I feel like that would be kind of cheesy. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Somebody calls in a Raider copter. It shoots me in the neck, and then I'm not able to do anything because I die right away. Seems too cheesy. I say as I stand on glass to level my first aid. It's the alternative. Like, but still, it's like, like I said, first aid's not really that useful, anyways. In my single player game, it's just to it'd be a cool flex if I didn't take damage and then just never leveled first aid, but I did take a fall in the beginning, and also that tripping over the fence earlier. My leg was already hurt, so I might as well just go all in on it. Is why I'm decided to suddenly do this. Definitely wasn't just out of the blue deciding. Something kind of cool that I found out about while I was doing the numbers for watches, that it actually takes less watches to go from level um, 7 to 8. Or sorry, it takes less watches to go from 8 to 9 than it does from 7 to 8, because of the way the XP multiplier works with the books. You get a 12 times XP multiplier, and it flips the how many watches you need, like, right down. It's because it goes from an 8 times multiplier to a 12 times multiplier, and that's quite significant. The 16 times multiplier is really good. It's just not that good in comparison. Like here, if I look at my numbers, because I wrote them all down. Or sorry, it's a 12 times multiplier that to a 16 times multiplier. I'm gonna get off this now. My health come back up. Okay, that's the last bowl of soup. Or well, there's still one more bowl of soup that I'm gonna eat, but next time I'm gonna have a salad after that one's done. How are we doing in terms of this, anyways? We got half of a level. So what I meant for that earlier thing was, where is it? This level of electrical right here is easier to get than this level of electrical. This one right here takes 1,000 watches to get, while this one right here takes 938. So you can save, like, it's still like in the realms of thousands, but when you compare it to the base amount of where is that other piece of paper? It's right here. So without the book, you would need, for 7 you would need 9,000 watches, and for um or sorry, wait. From 7 to 8 you would need 12,000 watches, and from 8 to 9 you'd need 15,000 watches. So like that's, come to think of it, you would need 5,508 watches for the total 10 levels in, if you have the books. That same number will only get you to level 5 electrical if you don't have the books. So you'd be half leveled without the books. That's kind of crazy. Okay, let's wear our shoes. We are the most bored that has ever existed. I'm gonna do a quick perusal of my property because I hear what sounds like grumbling, but I don't know if it's actually for real or not. Let's go looking around. Wanted to get my boredom off anyways. Well, nothing here. Let's go check Twiggy's. I have to remember that my attack speed's gonna be kind of not very good. Nothing over at Twiggy's either. Oh, there is one way that I could get my boredom down fairly quickly. That's not near death. It's by going and grabbing the Discman or Walkman. You're gonna cap it out. You're playing on a server though, aren't you, Elm? So your stuff actually will matter more for people. Yeah, see, so your stuff will matter more than mine leveling it. You will be the heal man. Super heals all the time. Is that lady still in the bank? I haven't thought about her in a long time. Is she still in there? Probably. There's no reason for her to have escaped, I don't think. Let's go find out. My character's bored anyways. Might as well do something. Yeah, she's still here. She has some friends outside, but she's still working. I need to get her a computer so that she can do other things. She can't break the door. Physically incapable. So the thing is a single zombie cannot break a door down. I think there's a way. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works. I just know that that zombie will not be able to break that door down. She can't. Physically incapable. And because I'm not going over, like, taking out the counter, she's trapped there. So she gets to work forever. Guarding this safe that has probably money in it. Or maybe gold. But I'm not sure. She seems to be having a good time with it. But yeah, zombies apparently are unable to break down a door by themselves. That they need help to do it. 2 zombies plus. I don't know if that work is true though about a single zombie on an exterior door. But that's not an exterior door. That's an interior door. So maybe that's how that works. I don't know. I have no idea. I just know that she's been in there for like working for. Well, I want to say she's been in there since I started, but I don't actually know. I only know that she's been in there for about. When did I take the Gigamart over? It's been months though. She's been in there months. So, whenever I took the Gigamart over, and there was enough zombies dead so that I could explore. I did hear her banging in there when I was walking down that street before I took the Gigamart, but there was no way for me to go in and check because it was too dangerous. But yeah, so we have I want to call her Roz because like off of after the Monsters Inc. lady. I can get her a computer. I know where there's a computer. And then she can have a computer. I wonder, are there those bells? Do they exist? The ones that you can. Here, we'll wash off first. The ones that are like at a hotel. I would totally like to get one of those if I can. Yeah, get her a desk bell. Are there desk bells, Elm? Do you know? You don't know? Okay. Well, I know that there's regular bells. I've seen those. So maybe I'll just get her some of those. I haven't given her any food either. That's not very nice of me. Should we get her some snacks? I would want snacks if I was working forever. The thing is that I don't want to go in there to like inside there, so I would be handing them to her over the desk. Because If I open that door, I'll likely unlock it, and she won't be able to open it because my zombies can open doors. So I don't want her to be able to open the door. So because it's one of those interior doors that is locked and requires a key, um, let's take the glass out. It shouldn't need it. There we go. It's another level. Only 3 more levels of first aid to go, and then we're done with first aid. Did I eat my soup already? No. You have a Spiffoo, a Floofy Flip Bunny, and a Freddy the Fox. I have 2 Freddy the Foxes, 2 Boris the Badgers, a Toy Bear, and a Furbert the Squirrel. I also have a Spiffo shrine in Twiggy's, as well as I think one of like Twiggy's friends is, or not, sorry, one of Spiffo's friends is with him. I do want to get one of each of Spiffo's friends and put them all around him. I think there's 5 total, right? There's a rabbit, there's a fox, there's a badger. Rabbit, fox, badger, Spiffo himself, and then what's the 5th one? Oh, it's Fluffy Foot Bunny. That's it. So it would be a bunny. So bunny, squirrel, badger, fox, and then Spiffo. You found Freddy from scavenging in the forest? Makes sense to me. Yes. Place that there. Get a good bit of sleep in. Or does it say cabbage fresh, but it comes out stale? I can use these ones just for now, just because I'm... This is a now salad, not a... I don't really want to go anywhere at the moment. So now salad. Okay, good enough for the moment. $200. Yeah, I don't have blood on, so my game would lag really, really badly if I had blood on. I guarantee it. But wait a second, you're a multiplayer, so you have blood goes away. Lucky. I don't have blood that will go away. Blood doesn't go away in single player. Not unless you have a mod for it, which I do not have. I'm tempted though, because then I could turn blood on. Let's see, how much should we get for these? You don't think blood goes away? But there's a setting for that you have as there's a setting on multiplayer where you can shut it off, like you can have it go away. That setting is not available for single player, and I do not know why. It's probably just. I'm pretty sure that there is a multiplayer blood timer, but maybe I'm wrong. Either way, like I mean, that might be something they add in the future. At least I could hope, because then I can turn blood on and be really happy that with gore and. But if they're gonna do that, they should also like allow us to be able to clean without bleach too, like just slower, like with water, and it takes more time. Maybe more water too. Okay, self out of there. Okay. And let's wear my shoes. And take a look. That was 2,000 XP in one rotation. A little bit more than that, actually. It was closer to 2,400. So it'll take 2 more rotations to finish this one, and then we will start level 9 and 10. Eat the fresh berry salad and the veggie salad, and go outside. Of course, the cabbages are ready. How do you actually run out of seeds? Is that a thing? Like once you have like enough to do one, I guess if your very first crops die, that's when you run out of seeds. But I don't feel like you can. It just feels like not possible. And you can find seeds through foraging. I see. It just doesn't seem plausible. At what point do you run out of seeds? You just don't, right? One more in there, and I want to take these 20 up there. These only weigh 4? How is that possible? I'm carrying 20 cabbages. How come they only weigh 4? 20 cabbages don't weigh 4. They would be awkward to carry, too. I'm confused. Yeah, I do like that. That's really that is true. That you could do whatever you want, be wherever you want, and it doesn't matter. You can still play. Wait, what? Why doesn't the needle fit in the medical pouch? So, seeds. There. I kind of wish you could grind the seeds down into something that's not fertilizer. Um, like a meal of some kind, like, you know what I mean? Like trail mix. I guess you can't really make trail mix with cabbage seeds, though. You could do it with pumpkin seeds. Pumpkin seeds are really good. Is there anything else I want to be doing while I wait for my health to come up? I mean, we could do some tailoring. Oh, it's the famous Rederaru. Hello. Retinaru. How are you doing? Are you having a good day? I'm having a good day. Apocalyptic trail mix. Yeah, I would very much like to be able to make trail mix. Starship Trooper game. I like that kind of stuff. I haven't played that though, so I don't know. Okay. Some sheets. It's too many sheets. The last game that I played that was kind of like that was Space Engineers, I think. And I played that a long time ago. I do like those kinds of games, though. I mean, I did play Star Wars Battlefront, not the new one that came out by EA, but the other one, the Star Wars Battlefront that was on the console. I remember really liking those games, but never really, because I never played them online. I just played them by myself and would frequently win, and like I had my friends come over and we would do co-op and stuff. It was fun. Good times. I like those kinds of stuff though. Sci-fi is decent. I guess Starbound, but would you count Starbound? I don't think that I can count Starbound. Hmm. I mean, there's mechs and stuff, but it's not really the same type of game. And I wouldn't count Overwatch because Overwatch is, well, it's not. It's like a separate thing. I want to shout you out, but like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that most of the folks here already know you. Elm, if you don't know Rhett, you should follow him because he's got the like know-how of this game, like the Zomboid guru of super tutorial. But I'm pretty sure you would have already followed him. How is my tailoring doing? Slow. The character is the saddest character that's ever existed because they've had to stitch the same coveralls over and over. And I've been stabbing them in the feet. What do I think about the what Overwatch backlash? I haven't been paying attention to Overwatch at all since they went in directions that I don't like. So they basically killed my passion for the game. And that's like I put over like a ludicrous amount of time in that game. Um and they managed to kill it. All joy that I had in that game gone. They canned the PvE mode. I don't know what you mean, like Junkenstein? People cared about that? That's not what the point of the game was for anyway, so no offense to those players that are getting kind of in a tizzy about that, but that sounds silly to me. They shouldn't be caring about that. The game was never built for that mode in particular. It was supposed to be a competitive MOBA style shooter. They were planning a PvE mode for Overwatch 2 and then they canned it. Yeah, because their game was not like, no offense to that mode, but that mode was never part of the game. Like it just is never part of the vision. They shouldn't have been hyping it up in the first place. Kind of deserved backlash. They were dumb and thus got in trouble for it. I don't. I that the whole point of the game was they should have been pushing towards things like in the sort of competitive styles of a competitive shooter, similar to a COD or a CS:GO or those kinds of games. Similar, but not, but own it as its own. You know, they were increasing the pacing of the game, and I was okay with them increasing the pacing of the game. But then they were tweaking things in poor ways. For example, when I last played, Moira was a monster because she couldn't be kept in check by the previous things that used to keep Moira in check, which was CC. all of the CC in the game got removed, which I'm okay with. But at the end of the day, it and that's coming like I put thousands of hours into May, a character that is all about CC, and I'm okay with the CC being gone. It's just if you're gonna remove the CC, one, don't do it half-assed like they did, where May's ultimate still, yeah, ultimate, her big ability still did have CC, but they removed the tools that would keep the like they didn't remove the wall, but the wall was released in Overwatch 2 bugged, which was frustrating because people could just walk over it. Um, it's just that so many things I could gripe and nitpick about a lot of things that they've done wrong, and well, I mean, their game is gonna suffer as a result. So I'm kind of happy that I'm playing this game instead of that one, because this game at least the devs care. They put in the time, they put in the effort. Like I mean, why are so many potatoes? Where did all these other potatoes come from? Stale. I think these 17 cabbages are going to go off here in a bit. But yeah, the game, why I would be so upset is because the game, I was passionate about the game, and I guess part of me still is passionate about the game. You don't put that much time into something and not care about it. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe things will change in the future. Maybe they won't. Maybe the game will. Maybe something brand new will come out. That will be fun. I might look into that Starship Trooper game though, because that does sound kind of interesting. I don't know. I just picked up Core Keeper because that looks kind of fun. Haven't tried it yet. I still haven't tried that Crab Champions game. I really do like Plate Up, but I do like the repetitive cooking sim games. They kind of make me happy. Yeah, Core Keeper does look kind of neat. So I'm interested to try that one out. I still haven't completed Terraria's master mode or the what is it, legendary mode? They released a new mode. I remember that. So I got to do that at some point. And I also still need to do the Empress of Light battle as well as her other form. And there's stuff that I've got that I want to do, but I'm not rushing to get it done. As well as, I mean, I've been enjoying my Zomboid playthroughs. They've been really, really fun. After having learned as much as I have and still am learning, Zomboid has just been such a breath of fresh air. And the community is just wonderful to be around. It's not like, I mean, that's coming from like Minecraft, Overwatch, those kinds of games. It's like, I mean, they have their moments of being really, really bad. And League as well, kind of. Was playing League a lot less though than I put into Minecraft and Overwatch. But I guess that's not really fair to compare such overwhelming negativity to stuff that's, you know, I don't know. We'll put 5 of you up there. Just so that I can use you now. Oh, because it's freezing. These ones are frozen. It's just interesting the way that the games kind of are. Like I know that there are people behind them that are like trying to orient things, make sure that they're good, and just feels like a lot of the time that they miss the mark on a lot of stuff, and they're trying their best to just pinch your wallet. I guess that's kind of, I don't know, business, right? It's business in a nutshell. Because if you go back and look at games that were existed before, like Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, even newer kind of titles like they just put effort into trying to push their engines and do the best they can. That's why I really do like indie companies. They do that frequently, where they're trying to show off as best they can produce. And I feel that happens a lot less. And it's more about, okay, well, how can we monopolize, or not monopolize, but monetize on these, like including these features that nobody really asked for. Okay, let's see. Stitched. What does stitched good mean? Does that mean I can take it off? Huh. They actually say good when they're ready? I've never known that before. When did this become a thing? Because I've just always assumed that it's just you take the stitches off when you think it's time. Like when your health isn't going down anymore. Oh, you get that at a certain level. Okay, well this is proof that I've never reached that level. Um this is this is literally the best character I've ever had. It's gonna be sad to see her go when she dies. But that's the thing, is she will eventually meet her end, and I'm not sure where it's gonna happen or when it's what it. But it'll happen, or maybe it won't. Maybe she'll live forever and kill all the zombies, and I know that's not actually what's gonna happen. It's just funny to think about those kinds of things sometimes. All right, so this stuff can come out here. I'm pretty sure there should still be, yeah, 4 spools of thread in there. All right, tweezers, disinfectant, tweezers. Does having that scratch there give me bonus XP if I bandage this area? When did? Huh. I bet the severe is also part of having high first aid, isn't it? Because I've never seen the severe before either. But it's been saying it for quite a while now, and so oops, tweezers. I guess maybe at like level something, you get the ability to see how bad a wound is, and then later you can see how good it's healing. It seems so weird. Like, why? Why can you queue actions like this, but you can't queue other things? Need time. You can actually see that it needs time. That's interesting. It doesn't tell me how much time, but it does say need time. That's another solid chunk of XP. So I figure we do one more of these, and then we can read the last book of first aid and finish this off. I'm gonna let things go a little bit longer today, I think, just because I want to finish this off. Okay, tomato, potato, broccoli. Potato. I'm only very tired, but I'm in minor pain. Okay, take off my shoes again. Oh, 1 second. Remove this bandage. Oh, wait. I almost stitched it. Okay, now we go and read that other book, and that's it. Then we can grind out the last two. Okay, I'm gonna unpack this. I'm gonna make myself a salad and get myself healing again. Cabbage, carrots, tomato. Could you imagine eating a salad with a spoon? I have a fork in my inventory. Why am I not using that? Eating a salad with a spoon. Okay. This volume. First aid will be done. I'm gonna need to go collecting clothes again because I don't have enough like spools of thread to do tailoring. There we go. Okay. Be right back. All right. I am back. I am going to put this on there. Okay. Mm-hmm. I wonder how many days this will take. This won't take very long to heal, that's for certain. But mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's like you don't even have an injury at all. And we're halfway there. So we just need one more couple of rotations. I think 3 more rotations we should be done. Carrots, tomato, potato. There we go. We're making progress. I figure we'll be finished this soon, so. Might go down and grab more sleeping pills. Oops. Okay, I was gonna say. I was trying to not accidentally stitch the wound. I don't think you can stitch the wound with there when there's glass in it, though. Oops. Get out of it. We're like just shy. It's okay though. Stitch, needle and thread. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's see. Haven't been down here in a while. Let's. Kind of want to grab both because if I place the tissue, what does it look like? That doesn't look like the same as the. It doesn't look the same at all. At least the sleeping pills kind of look like a box of like candies. Tissue looks more like a handkerchief. Perfect. Have a sleep. Nine and 10. Just right, another day of removing my shoes and healing the wounds. Still gonna keep going until we hit that health threshold that I feel comfortable at. I don't want to take myself to near death because I'm not comfortable being that close to death. But being somewhat close is okay. How much do we get? 2K. Plus, if I remember right, it was so like, I think 2 more days of doing this. And then that's it. We're done with first aid. First aid will be completed and we'll be level 10. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this over somewhere. Maybe here is good. Mm-hmm. There's only like a handful of the skills that can be done like instantly like this, and this is one of the easier ones. From basically 0 to 10. Oops, I keep disinfecting by accident. Okay, there we are. Put my shoes back on. Let's see, where are we at now? Oh, my hair grew again. That's funny. It's because pigtails also looks good with the hat. They both look good. Salad, cabbage. Okay, we can grab all these and get to work on. Wait, where did they go? Oh, they're there. Grab the videotape by accident. Unload the magazine. Okay. There's gonna be a big mess for me to clean up outside, like later. Because I haven't really been outside checking on things, making sure that the perimeter's good for a while. So I guarantee when I get out there, there's going to be some stuff to deal with. Hopefully I don't get killed. After leveling the first aid from 0 to 10, that would be kind of huge waste. To die immediately. So far. I think one more day. Oh, come on. No. I'm gonna eat food, heal a little bit, and then do a little bit more. Okay. Okay, and now I'm gonna go cut my feet up again, remove the glass, and then that's it. We're first aided up. Let's double check. Yep, first aid is to 10. Nice. No more first aid for me for a long time. Carrots, cabbage, potato, broccoli, tomato. I'll make another one like that. Carrots, tomato. I can take the mask off now. I was only wearing it because I wanted to stay sanitary, I guess. We're already almost healed again, which is nice. I'm gonna put this in there too. This can go downstairs. Might need disinfectant, but don't think so. Okay, let's do some quick. Let's just check the perimeter really fast. We'll take the antidepressants as soon as I'm not bored anymore. Surprisingly, no, nothing. Very quiet. Fuel is kind of getting low. Or actually, wait. We might as well fix the generator too while it's off. And there we go. Okay. Still some gas in this, but it's not enough to really... like... I'll pour it into the spiffo, and I don't mind storing gas in the spiffo as like a bonus gas can if I, or a gas thing if I need it. I'm gonna head over to Twiggy's really quick and see if there's any zombies over there. Plus, it'll give me kind of a stretch because we've been indoors for a little while. Take them antidepressants now. A couple near Twiggy's. I don't know if I need that backpack. Probably not right now. Oh, hi. Wow. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I should start these cars at some point in the future and bring them over, but I don't have a battery charger, so there'd be no point in doing it right now. We can choose to like strip them apart or decide what we're going to do with them. We can just fill this parking lot. Pick up all this glass that's outside. Track strap can go there. Go. 9 spools of thread. Okay. Throw this in the back. Okay, our needs are all taken care of. How about our health? Need time. Wait, what is that? Oh. Let's see. Well, I mean, we're making progress. Trapping, fishing, foraging. Like, we're not capped on those skills, but we'll be getting the next level of tailoring soon, which would be nice. And then we still quite a ways to go on that. We'll get more thread, though, as we kill zombies. But I am like almost an hour over the time I normally would go to, so I am going to have a bit of a rest and, that sort of stuff. It's been fun though. I do very much enjoy it. I wouldn't have kept going if I had not, if I wasn't enjoying it. Anyways, it's been my pleasure as always. I am going to see you guys next time. Bye for now.